Hello and welcome to August Accountability Overflow Sprints. I'm Shanon, writing under the pen name of S.C. Huston and the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of the stream is somewhat low-key, but we will be doing a 60-minute sprint with whatever break that we need in between. I do believe it's just me, myself, and I this morning, so we don't have a whole lot to talk about. Other than I will be I'll be working on my Fated Adventures. Although before the stream started, I was trying to come up with ideas for what my sprints will be starting next month, because I've been calling this August Accountability, which next month is not August, right? I don't think it's going to change much, like how I'm setting things up. I think I'm going to have 3 days that are strictly timed, which is what my Monday and Tuesday are right now, and then have one day where it's like the overflow sprints, in which we will be doing 60-minute sprints with no timed breaks, and we'll go as long as we need to go. So usually I can stay focused for a really long time, so it works. I don't think there's anyone here. It's just me and my chat. Oh, okay, Adega showed up. There was like nobody else here but me, so it's nice to see you. Are you working on anything today? I was listening to your most recent chapter that you had released. I think that was your most recent. And I was like, yeah, you have a great voice for audiobooks. Which one was I watching? I get way too many notifications, but I had it up listening to it before my sprint a couple days ago. Yep, couldn't tell you. I'm looking at all my notifications to see, okay, which one was it? But I have too many notifications. I know I've said it before, but yeah, I still believe it. You have a great voice for audiobooks. So, but yeah, okay. Well, let's go ahead and get into the first sprint. Find the right button. And I'll see, LOL. I'll see everyone, me, myself, and I, and Adega on the other side of 60 minutes in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Yeah, that was the end of the first sprint. How did you do? I drafted 891 words. Gotta write this down. I did start off the beginning of the sprint thinking about ideas for how I want to set up next month's sprints, because I have like August on everything, August accountability, that kind of stuff. I'm like, do I want to use same images? Do I come up with something else? I think I came up with something else. Now that, okay, let me get to writing. So I'm just logging this into my book. I think I need some more coffee. I'm gonna do that at the beginning of the next sprint. All right, let's see how you guys did. Oh, I never did put a banner up, did I? Well, I am here. I am sprinting. I'm sure you probably figured that out, but let's see. Left off with Adega coming in saying LOL because I had listened to his. I went back through my notifications. Actually, the very first thing I did, Adega, I went through my notifications. I could not find it. I was like, I know I listened to this thing. I went to find it again. I should just go to your channel. That'd be the smart thing to do. But just go back to your channel. It's like, did I do a thumbs up like? I probably did, but I couldn't remember if I did. But I was talking about how he definitely has a voice for audiobooks. So if you didn't know, Adega has a YouTube channel where he does chapter by chapter of his stories. And the endeavor is to have a record of his stories for his children. So I really love the endeavor. And if you like, fantasy and whatnot, you might like some of his stories. There's more than that in there, but I don't think I've ever heard you say like, this is what my work is at. Like, I know I'm fantasy romance with dragons. But Rosalind, hello, good morning. I hope all is well with you. Are you working on anything today? And Melve, hello. How's today? Is the focus any better? I hope so. Fingers crossed. I think my focus has been slow to come. I slept a lot last night, and you would think, okay, sleeping a lot would mean that I should wake up really refreshed, but I don't feel that way. I feel a little like my mood is like, okay, we're here. We're just doing the things. Where like yesterday I was so excited about just everything I was accomplishing. But good morning. I joined mid-sprint. Well, welcome, Daphne. I'm working on plotting my new book. Made some progress, but slow going. I feel like you might have been here before, but if not, welcome to the channel. But if you have been here, I'm sorry, I have one of the worst memories. As I get older, it's just getting worse and worse. I guess my dad said, welcome to old age, but I'm not old yet. And I'm like, that's what I said to him. I was like, I'm not that old. If you've been here before, welcome back. And what is your genre that you're writing? You don't have to share, but if you'd like to, I'd love to know. Yeah, I write fantasy romance. Work has somewhat slowed down, but now I'm really sleepy, but can't take more coffee. Oh, yeah, I feel the sleepiness too. Even though I slept really, really well last night, like so deep, so well. I rarely sleep deep. I'm a very light sleeper, and I actually slept really deep. Focus is okay aside from sleepy. Okay, but you can't do any more coffee, so I don't know if you like exercising. That usually wakes me up, but I haven't gone there because I'm like, I'm really, really sore from the gym yesterday. It was a cardio day, and it was from treadmill, lunges to the other side of the gym, get on the rowing machine, lunges to the back again to the other side of the gym where the treadmill was at. And we just did that 4 rounds of that. And my thighs are hurting. My butt is hurting today. I was like trying to bend down and feed the kitties. I was like, oh, so I'm like, I don't think I'm going to do any exercises today. I think I might have been here once or twice. No worries. Okay, so we're like on the same wavelength. We're like, yeah, you kind of seem familiar to each other. So my new series is Gas Lamp Fantasy. That actually sounds familiar, unless there's someone else who's writing Gas Lamp Fantasy. Is it just strictly fantasy, like no romantic subline or subplot in there? Excuse me. I haven't read a whole lot of Gaslamp fantasies. I think the only one I've read was a Gaslamp romantasy. And by one of my favorite authors. I can see her face. What is her name? See, there goes the memory again. Oi, Emma Faye Allison. There we go. Took me a second to figure it out. But that was actually one of my favorite books that she wrote. It was a ballerina from the human side who went over to the Fae side, and the Fae side was where it was like the gas lamp fantasy. It was, like kind of like almost like steampunk, but not. It was really cool. She labeled it as gas lamp, so, which I didn't know the difference between like Gaslamp or steampunk because I don't usually read in those genres. But I guess there is some similarities, but not the same thing from what she was telling me. Hi, Mama Maggie. How's it going? Lurking on my errand day. I saw that you had a stream this morning when I woke up to my notifications. You had a stream last night, and I didn't even see it. I'm so sorry I missed you. Because I caught up with JC's stream. I was there for a little while. You were probably going like at the same time as her, and I missed you somehow. There is a romantic subplot, yeah, but it's one of those things where it'll take a few books for them to go enemies to friends to lovers. I like that. I do all mine. Mine are slow burn, not over several books. Mine are slow burn throughout a story. Only because, like, I don't know. And I do write spicy. The romance line is spicy now. I do have a book where it's not spicy because that was my first one in fantasy romance, and I'd never written spicy before. And I was like, I'm not sure if I'm going to do this thing. And then I tried it out, and I was like, okay, I like this. It's very interesting. But it's like it's not the focus, not the spiciness is not the focus of the book. It's the plot and how the fantasy. I love the fantasy. I love writing fantasy, and how that works, and then how the romance builds while that's happening. Daphne, I enjoy Gaslamp Fantasy. It's the fun side of steampunk. Yeah, I like the one that I read. So, do you have any? I don't know, Daphne. If you say you're writing this book, do you have anything? You said it's a new series. So, do you have anything that's published that's also Gaslamp? Just curious. I might try out another Gaslamp fantasy. So. The stream was yesterday morning, not evening. What's up with YouTube? Really? Yeah, because it was telling me that it had happened. Maybe I might be misremembering, or I calculated that wrong. Yes, because I think it said 22 hours ago. Wait, was I there for that one? All the days are running together. There was one that I was in that you started. I think that was 2 days ago, though, where you got the migraine. I think that was 2 days ago. And you were hoping to go the whole day, but you weren't able to. Yeah, it did not tell me. It didn't tell me until I logged in this morning. It was my top notification. It was the very first one. And it said 22 hours ago. And for some reason, I was thinking 12 hours ago. So that would have been about the same time that I was in JC's. And that was my mistake. I took 22 and made it 12 for some reason in my head. So yeah, it never told me. That was the first notification for today. And it didn't tell me yesterday. And I know I've got all notifications turned on. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Carringer's Parasol Protectorate was the first steampunk Gaslamp series I fell in love with. Hi, Grace. How's it going? I'll be working while reading on an audiobook, listening to Memory Lane by Becky Wade, currently 35% in. Are you liking the book so far? I've been having a hard time finding a book to get into. I just did find a series that I liked, but I'm on the second book of the series. So there's only 2 books so far. And the 2 books that are in the series, they're in a series, but it's loosely connected, not like they're standalone books. They're loosely connected because both of them have a male protagonist who is cursed by the same Fae Queen, and they're trying to break their curses. And so that's the only way that's really connected in that way. And I do like the writing, sort of. I like the first book more. The second book is like the author added a lot more description and went really more in detail, almost Tolkien-ish in a way. And I'm like, I don't really like Tolkien writing, his writing. Like, I love his stories, but it's too much detail for me. And I get bored by the descriptions. But it's the only series I found recently that I liked. So I'm like, I need to find something else. No, I don't have any Gaslamp Fantasy published. I write in multiple subgenres. Gotcha. Okay. I thought I'd see if I could try something else. But you did just give me an idea. Gail Carringer sounds very familiar. The name does. I wonder if I've read something by her. I feel like I've read something. I don't recognize any of the books. It's something I've read, though. I'm looking at it. Maybe I just heard people talking about her stories and whatnot. All right, we've got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and head into another 1 hour, 60-minute sprint. this is what 60-minute sprints work really, really well for me. My sweet spot is like 52 to 55 minutes. This has come from a few years now of tracking everything I do. And I can focus for about 52 to 55 minutes. So an hour works because it always takes me a little bit to get into what was I just doing, refocus. um, and I have a bit of time anxiety. So when the sprint is almost over, if I happen to come out of that and look at my timer, then I'm like, oh, I got 2 minutes left. Like, oh, I got a minute and a half left. Oh, I've got a minute left. Oh, I've got 30 seconds left. So it's like I can't like let it go and I can't concentrate anymore. So an hour is like perfect for me. But if anyone has to leave out, morning, Eva. If anyone has to leave out in that time, thank you so much for coming. It was just me, myself, and I until Dega showed up there right before I went on the first sprint. So it's nice to say hello and talk to people. And we'll get going for the next one. For everyone else, we'll start in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, that was time. How did you do? I need to add up my words here. I did get more coffee. And then redrafting a scene, like it's my Fate Adventures. I've written it. I feel like I was missing some emotional beats. So I read it over this morning, set aside, and redrafting it. 1763. Just going to mark this down. Okay. Jocelyn came in. Good morning. Hope all is well. Are you working on anything today? And then additionally, also, right, this first time I've seen you. Why do I feel like you're like always in my mind here with the sprints. So I feel like I've seen you already, but I haven't. This is the first time you're here this morning. So hello. Good morning, all. I'll be continuing work on my not so short story. So I know you finished up your fight scene before JC's stream last night. I only hung out for a little bit longer, and I decided to go to the couch and sleep on my computer and hang out with hubby. So I don't know how much further you got, but I know you're close to the end of your book, right? Are you like close to writing the final scene, the resolution, or are you still like almost there? 42% into memory lane. Nice. Hopefully you're enjoying this story. So from 35%, it's 8%, 7%. I can't do math. That's why I write. So it's just funny because the scene I'm writing, this is the one male character. So my Fated Adventures is 4 different characters that participants can follow. They can choose one of the characters to follow. And one of them is male, and this Ardorian. And Ardorian likes to think of things in terms of geometry. So I was just rewriting this scene and adding something about that in there. So it's funny that you. I was trying to do math in that scene, and I'm here. So thanks for asking. Yeah, no, I'm curious about how far you've gone. Would you say I have a few more chapters to go? Gotcha. So not quite there yet. My mind keeps wandering. Focus not there for you. Focus has not been as great for me today, but I've been able to like get there. So I did go get some coffee at the beginning of that sprint. It's an hour-long sprint. I don't know what I was doing between coffee and getting back to my chair, but by the time I got my focus straight, there was 32 minutes left. So somewhere in there, my focus wandered, but I did get it back. So we'll see how the rest of the morning goes. A few more chapters. Plotting is going a little slowly, but it's coming along. Nice. So when you plot the entire story? Just curious. I know we all have different ways of doing things, and I always love hearing about other people's writing process. I tried plotting. I plotted my debut novel that I published. And not that was my first novel ever I had written over the years, but I would always write and then do my outline after because I felt like, well, I'm supposed to do an outline because that's what you learn as part of academics, right? You do an outline for like your essays and whatnot. And I always thought that I was doing it the wrong way. So I thought, okay, I'm going to do this right. And I plotted my first book in my debut series. And it was probably one of the most boring books I've ever written because I think I really like telling the story and not, once it's done, I'm like kind of done with it, and outlining it was kind of like telling the story. So I think there's a part of me that's like, well, you've already told the story. Why are you doing it again? But yeah. But I did have found out since then, right? There is such thing called reverse outlining, which is what I do. I'll write in the reverse outline. And it works really well, like especially for an extended story, to reverse outline what you have up to the point that you've written to be able to look at now, okay, am I still heading in the right direction? Are there plot points I don't need? Are there things that need to be added? So reverse outlining works really well for me for that. I'm transitioning to the characters out of the big conflict. There will be a brief recoup, and then they've got to get back to town and finish their quest. So the big conflict is at the climax. But if they have to finish their quest, then maybe that's not the climax of the story. I don't know. I'm trying to picture it. I usually do, yeah. I do a fairly loose outline. I expect it to change as I write because the characters come to life. And yes, exactly. Same thing for me. They change things. But outlining helps my rough draft go faster. Yeah. So what I do now is I when I start a story, I always know like how it's going to start. I have the premise, And then I know how it's going to end. It's the middle parts I don't really know. Sometimes I'll think of like ideas of like, okay, this is going to happen, and I think that's going to happen. And like the timer video I just played, it had parts of my third book in there. Well, my third book is not written, although I've been writing parts of it over the years, because the third book in this new series, it's non-linear with the other two books. So all three books, they happen at the same time. They're the same timeline, and they're all brothers that cross over into each other's stories. So you hear from all of them. And so I had to make sure I kind of knew what the third book, or I had to know what the second book was, and I had to know what the third book was before I started writing the first book. But then there's like conversations that my characters will have going on in my head. And so I start writing some of it down over the years since I've written the first book, because I wrote the first book. The first draft I wrote in June of 2022 for the first book. And so I was just writing down whatever I heard the character saying. But some of it's made it into the actual story as I'm writing it. Some of this story has not happened yet. And some of it I'm thinking, now I'm looking, I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to fit this in the story. I don't think this is actually going to happen. So, but it's so cool. So what I do now is like, so where I said, I know the beginnings, I know the endings. Now what's helping me is like, I know how the story is going up to the point that I'm writing it, of course. So now I'll sit there and I'll brainstorm ideas for the next chapter or scene that I'm writing. Usually one scene per chapter for me, but sometimes there could be more than one scene. And I write short chapters most of the time. Sometimes they are a little bit longer, but roughly around 1,500 words. And so I'll sit there and brainstorm what could happen in this scene. And my brainstorming is a lot like, okay, well, the characters are going to be doing this, and this is how they're, reacting to what just happened. And here are their motivations. And based on their motivations, he's going to say this, but because of how she's going to interpret that, this is what she's going to say. Or she could say this. If she says this is where it would go next. And so like that's my brainstorming. And then I try to put it into like beats, and then write the scene. And that's been helping me quite a bit. So there are multiple goals. Basically, the characters thought they had to do X thing, but then they realized, whoa, Q things are super important. Like I can't ignore. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm trying to, for a second there was a story that flashed in my head, and I can't remember the name of it, that's had is kind of similar thing where you thought, okay, this is the climax. Oh, wait, that was not. That was like a turn. We just need to get to the next thing, because that's actually what's important. So yeah, that's it sounds exciting, actually. Oh, neat. Love complex stories. Yeah, didn't intend to make it too complex, but yeah, it's interesting because, like I said, I like writing the stories. I don't really so much like revising and editing, although the magic of writing comes in those stages, because that's when you're making sure that the story is complete and that it makes sense, and the story arc and the character arcs, and that, and you don't want a lot of times, because I do write kind of like by the seat of my pants, there are things I throw into my story and I'm like, I have no idea why I put that in there. So then I have to figure out, well, did I use it and did it make sense? And if I didn't, go take it out. And if it did make sense, but it didn't maybe hit the way I want it to, go and revise that. So I know the magic happens in revision and editing. So writing this story from 4 different points of views, they're all friends. They all live in the same quad. Actually, what you see on the screen here is the quad room. This is their common room in their quad, because it's an academy, but this is an epic fantasy setting. So that's their common room, and they all have like rooms that come to the common room, and so they're together in some of the storyline. And so when they're together in the storyline, I'm writing the same thing happening from 4 different points of view. And then that gets a little like boring, because the dialogue stays the same and the action stays the same. So then it's just making sure, okay, dialogue word for word. Okay, good. Action. Oh, wait, that was supposed to happen before this. The only thing that changes, of course, is interiority, and, which is all influenced, of course, by the character's own experience and how they're sensing the environments through their own experience. So different word choices, but those do get a bit boring. So it's fun, more fun when I can write them what's going on. Actually, the scene I was just working on is in the common room right now, but it's between Ardorian and Aster, which is she has a quad across the hallway from them, and they're over here by themselves talking. So Q makes X, though it's important, take a backseat. Q makes X. Well, they just took care of Q, so now they have to take care of X. Yay for complex stories. It's a process of taking care of Q thing that lets the characters bond. Oh, I love that. I'll read 4 views. writing it probably seems boring, but the perspective to me as a reader would be super fun. Yeah. And I've had a few of the participants, actually, I think they said it right here in the chat not too long ago, where they said that they would like to get the other parts of the storylines and see it from their point of view and read it. I'm still trying to figure out. So I don't have it all set up yet for public because it was part of my Kickstarter. So people bought it as part of my Kickstarter, and I'm setting it all up for it to sell it as a product. But I don't know how that's going to go yet. I was hiring someone to set up my sales page for it, but it feels like the communication is like extended. So like we talked in person, like, well, video chat. And then it was a couple weeks later before they got back with me and said, okay, this is what we got for you. So I replied, and then it took them like another week to get back to me. And I'm like, at this rate, it's not going to be done before I'm past the date that I wanted it to come out. I might as well just do it myself. And so I don't know. We'll see. But I'm trying to get it. I was wanting it to be open sometime in October for people to buy it if they wanted to get it. And I want to try, I'm thinking I'm going to offer it in like 3 different formats. So like right now it's a story told through the mail, partially. And then they get like clues and stuff in the package, each month's packet, where they go on to online and they can get more of the story and get to explore a little bit, because it's like, there's a couple different maps so they can explore, like the library is a map. But I found that maybe that not all people like that part of it. I don't know. I'm just guessing just on a couple of different things. So like, well, I could offer it as just all. So one is the interactive with the interactive portion, and then offer it as just letters in the mail. That's the entire story, at least from that perspective. And then I remember saying something like that in someone's chat. This is probably like a month ago. And the person who was running the sprint said, oh, I don't ever check my mail. It's because of mobility issues. So she's like, I'd just rather get it all online. And I was like, oh, I could offer it as just like an email. Like you get an email, every month or whatever with the links to where you need to go to get the story or whatever, something along those lines. So I'm going to think about different ways to offer it. Melve, I'm late, but it'll be fun to binge Fated Adventures. So you're late on the Fated Adventures. Yeah, I don't think you're the only one. So I do have one person that's part of it that she's one of my readers who has, like, she was part of my street team for the first book, and she's one of my mega readers. She reads everything I write. And I think it was a couple weeks ago. She says she was late, but she was catching up on all of it now. That was a couple weeks ago. I don't know where she's at now, but yeah, the storyline is quite like finding all the pieces. It's not hard, but it's, because it's interactive, you have to like go through the steps to find the next part of the story. And I'm just wondering, I've been just brainstorming different ideas of how I'm going to do it. But yeah, well, maps are cool, but I like video games and tabletop games. Yeah. Well, actually the map of my library came from a tabletop game, like design. It was a company who designed it. It was a different color and whatnot. I changed the colors and then I added graphics on it to be clickable. And then, you go through the map and you click on different parts. But yeah, video games. I want to make it more sort of like a video game. That's kind of my goal, but I'm coding everything myself, and I'm learning as I'm going. I'm learning more about coding as I go through each round that I'm setting up. And I'm like, okay, I wonder if I could try this next time. So eventually I think it'll be kind of there, but not, it's never going to be exactly like a video game. But I always liked when I played Zelda, right? Because that's like the only game I've ever really played that was a video game. I'm not much interested in other games that have been out there. And I like, going to the different villages and talking to people and them say, hey, could you help us out and do this and go do that quest and come back? And then they give you something for what you did. So I kind of like that idea. So where it's not challenging through like necessarily like being able to have to do a lot of fighting and stuff. There could be some fighting, I suppose, but mine's all in an academy. So the only fighting is going to be like spells in the battle arena. So email sounds like, I clicked on it, didn't go. Email sounds like a fun way to approach it too. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure how that would look, because I don't think I'd want to attach or put into the email the story. So then it would have to be, okay, here's your link for this week or for this month. And they click on it and then they go and they read the story. At that point, I'm not sure if it should be interactive or not, if there's just a story online that they read. I don't know. Or maybe I have both. I don't know. I don't even know if that product will sell. So it's still things I'm brainstorming. I like the video games and tabletop RPGs too. I love the format and the puzzles and the interactive portion. Yay, I'm glad you like it. I wasn't sure because some of it, I guess there's probably a way to track how many people are going to what page or whatnot, but I haven't been doing that. But some of the videos that are part of the story are online. I put them on YouTube to start, and so it can show me, like, not that I did it for this reason, but because there are longer videos, and I use Squarespace, which only takes so many minutes of video. So I put them on YouTube, which shows you like how many people are watching it, and it's very low numbers compared to the number of people who are actually in the in doing this right now. So I'm like, I don't think anyone's really getting this stuff, or they're not getting to it. I don't know. Good morning, Frankie. How's it going? It's been a long day already. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Hopefully, it will get better. And people saying good morning, good morning. So, okay, well, let's go ahead and head into the next one. I'm almost done with this scene. I want to finish it up for, this is one that I was talking about yesterday, and I think it was during my sprints. Yeah, where I wrote this scene for the other couples, because this is the romantic climax and resolution before heading into the full story resolution. And I wrote it for the other three couples after I wrote Ardorians and Asters. And I really liked how theirs turned out. And I was like doing something a little bit different. And I was like, oh, well, Ardorians and Asters was not like this. It didn't get to this level. I need to go back and make it better. So that's what I'm doing. And so I think I'm almost done with that and making it better. Not yet, LO. I like binging read video. Yeah, but and I will let you and all the other participants know, but I'm not going to have that site forever. So I'm going to be closing it down where you won't be able to get to the videos there. At least, yeah, you won't be able to see those again. I had intended it to be a short time period anyways, because I wanted to do it in cohorts, or like, people would sign up and they go through this together in like 6-month rotations so that people could interact with each other while they were doing this, because it's all different storylines, right, coming together for one goal. And that part just didn't seem to work out too well. You guys were like my guinea pigs. And so everything I'm learning through you guys and what you guys are doing and how you guys are all reacting to it to make it better for the future when I do sell it. And then when I sell it as a public thing. And so I thought, okay, well, let's just throw out the whole cohort thing, and then people can sign up whenever. So with the cohort thing, I was going to have to close off the pages and then redo them and start, and change them up for the next one that was coming up. And I mean, change them up like the URLs and things like that. So yeah, I don't know. So it won't be up forever, but they'll be there for a little while. When you come back for break. Okay, so we'll come back for break on that one. Let's go ahead and get this next one going. 1 hour on the clock. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, last time on that sprint, how did you do? I pretty much came to the end of that scene. I liked it quite a bit, and I was just brainstorming a few other things that I wanted to go through and strengthen in some of these scenes. So, like the revision part, I haven't actually started the revision yet. I'm brainstorming what I need to revise for these last scenes because this is the climax. Of course, there's some bridging scenes between, um, the picking up from where the story packet left off in month 5. This is month 6. This is good to be the resolution of everything. So, a bridging scene from that last scene to the climactic scene to a bridging scene to like the romantic arc and everything. So, I'm just kind of brainstorming revisions to go through to make things stronger. Hopefully, that's a hope, right? That we make things better and stronger. So, yeah. All right. So we left off with this question that Deshley brought up, side question, when I come back for break. So here we are. How do you define alpha readers versus omega readers? It's a really good question. So for me, in the past, my alpha readers were those who were getting a completed story that basically had everything that I felt like it needed, although there might have been still something missing that I didn't see. And usually it has gone through my critique partner, because my critique partner that I had, it's been with me for my books, but I lost my critique partner about 75% away through the last book, and I got another one. But I couldn't, I felt like her comments were a bit too rough for me. So I didn't continue. Very nice person, but and she's loved my stories, so she probably was looking out for my best interest. But I just felt like what she was saying was not what I was going for, and it didn't change the tone of anything. So I didn't have a critique partner for the end of my story for my last book, but I did have the alpha and beta readers. So the alpha readers, they kind of got they got a draft that was basically complete, but maybe was missing something, or maybe there was something that I hadn't caught that didn't have the continuity or whatnot. I don't think that was actually anything they found in that one. I'm trying to remember the things that they talked about. I don't really remember. So basically, for me, the alpha readers are those who are getting a draft that I've worked on a lot. So I've drafted it, I've revised it, I've revised it, I've revised it. I've had a critique partner, and I've revised it, and I've revised it, and I've revised it lots of times. And then I did the alpha readers, and so they pick up on the continuity, and if it makes sense, and areas that might not make sense, or even sentences that don't make sense, or whatever. And then back to the board of revising, and again going through revising everything. And then I did the beta readers, which was a more complete story in all regards. And I think that's what it was for the alpha readers. A lot of them kind of said, I want more about this. And there was 2 parts where they both both these parts, I had several readers who said I would like more on this, and so I made the draft longer because I think I got it all the way down to 182. Nope, 178, because I think it was at 185 or somewhere in there, and I wanted to get down to 180, and I got down to 178,000 words, and then where the beta readers were or the alpha readers were pointing out I'd want more here. What about this? And I added to it and took it up again. And I think it ended around 193 I think it's 193 is where it ended. So yeah. So my omega readers, that's a brand new for me. And it's a term that I just made up myself. And this just came out of having 3 of my readers who were saying that they want to read the next book. And I'm like, well, I'm just writing it. It's not been revised. And they're like, yeah, can we just read it? And, and so they're my omega readers, because it's not been revised. And there's probably, already I have gone through and let's see, I went through and I put up 25 chapters I had written. And then I decided to go back because I changed one of my plot points. And so I went back to it was around chapter 18 or so, and rewrote everything from chapter 18 onward, which they had read. All 3 of them had read all the way to those ending chapters. So then it all changed. And so they read stuff that I didn't keep. And then I added stuff in between. So they're getting this raw, very, very raw version. I'm now up to chapter, what? I don't remember. 40, somewhere in 40 or 8 or 50, 48, 50, somewhere in that time, that frame. Although I have more chapters than that, but I haven't put them up there because I know the last 3 chapters I wrote, they're not there. I am missing too many things. There's a few continuity issues, and there's continuity issues now in some of the previous chapters and I could put notes on there because I do it through Story Origin. So I put notes on the chapters. I'm like, I'm missing this, this, and this. They've just like disappeared. And they're so funny because they'll say, oh yeah, I did wonder what happened to that. I was like, I'm going to have to change these chapters and add these back in. So, but I was like, I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'll come back to it later and add it in. And I think I even put like, this is what I plan to do. And they like the plan, but since then I've changed the plan. One of this is a feather. There's a firebird feather in the story that's for a very specific thing that's supposed to be done with it. And I had decided that it was going to stay along for the ride with my main characters, but it was left behind. And so it appears suddenly in a new scene in the future. And then I've decided since then that I'm like, no, I do want it to disappear because they're not going to know it. But they need to think about the fact that, or at least the one who had the feather, it was in her possession. She needs to think about the fact that it's just gone now. And well, it doesn't matter because her whole mission has been decimated because she was on a mission with this feather and things that she was supposed to do from her order. And she's lost everybody, mostly due to Zane's fault. And she blames him for all of it. Her mission is wrecked and she can't even go back to her order because they'll likely kill her for being, failing so spectacularly. But yeah, so I think I'm just going to have her think about, oh, she no longer has this feather. Oh, well, she doesn't need it anyways because the mission has failed. And because it does come in and play in the story later. So just things like that. So with my Omega readers, they know that it can change. And what they're reading may not end up anywhere near like what it looks like in the future book. I hope that answers the question. Additionally says to Frankie, cool avatar and icon. Are you a fantasy writer? Frankie, oh gosh. I know what Frankie writes. And they've said it a few times, but I'm not remembering it. Okay, I'll watch those during vacation. And Emma came in. Hey. Melve, later all off to lunch. We'll be back in an hour. Oh, I'll still be here. Hope you have a good lunch. Additionally says, hey to Emma. Daphne has got some more plotting done and then wrote a few words of my current manuscript, total outlining and writing today 537 words. Oh, wow, that's great. Do you like type or do you handwrite? I have like pretty high word counts right now because everything I'm doing is drafting, or what I was doing, because now right now I'm brainstorming. In my brainstorming, all my drafting and brainstorming is done through dictation. So I can get really high word counts and I can write really fast. But then when I go into revision mode and editing, I am in the documents and I type really, really slow. So that's why dictation works for me because I think much faster than I can actually type. And then that's the slowest process. Then it's the revision. Right now, I'm heading into the brainstorming, or I just started brainstorming. I got a couple paragraphs of what I want to revise in all of these. Let me see. I've got for this packet. Not all of these are in the actual physical packet, but there are 6 story sections. So I'm brainstorming how to make all of these better again. So I have like the personal narratives. That is like the 4 characters, what's been going on with them, what they're doing, which is all stuff leading up to the climax. And then I have the romantic arc before the climax. So it's the scene with their love interest, and then the story climax itself, then a bridge to the romantic climax, and then the romantic climax and the resolution, and then the resolution to the story. So 6 different parts, and I'm brainstorming how to make all of this better. And then I'll start revisions, which then my word count will drop off. Nice, Stephanie. Yes, exactly. So for your alpha readers, you give a full draft that's been revised and critiqued. Yes. Well, I mean, the goal is to have it critiqued, but I didn't have the end of my story critiqued by critique partner because I lost my critique partner, and then the next one didn't work out for me. And by then I was too demotivated to look for anybody else. So, and currently I was thinking I was not gonna have a critique partner for my next manuscript, my next story. So I have the Omega readers. I thought, well, this works out good because I have the Omega readers. But Morgan, who was my critique partner before, who we've been critique partners for a few years, she said that she's ready to pick back up again. And we had to stop because she got a new job, or was it a new job, or she got a promotion. Maybe it was a new job with a higher level or something. Whatever it was, her job became more demanded more from her. So she was not able to be a critique partner. Totally understand. I missed her so much because she was awesome. And if you guys didn't know, Morgan also does developmental editing. Like, you can buy her services, and I would recommend her to anybody. She is awesome. She strikes the right balance of like, here's what can make your work stronger and what's working great. And she's just awesome at that. which I had hired a developmental editor for the beginning of that book and was good. But I decided to hire the developmental editor for my novella, and it was really demeaning. So I was like, okay, so yeah, she liked my book. She didn't like my novella, and it just seemed like that colored her opinion on every single comment. Where every comment had the tone of like, this doesn't work, this is bad, this is terrible. Not those words, but that was the tone. So it's like, yep, definitely hard to find someone that strikes the right tone, and Morgan's really good at that. Did I read all of this? I didn't. But you give it to them to see if there's anything missing and then you send it to your beta readers. Yeah. So yeah, and I take a little bit of time, like a month, which your timeline could be longer or shorter depending on how long it takes you to get through. I would have liked more time between my alpha and my beta readers. Let's see. Okay, for my first book in this series, I felt strongly in my heart it was a really good story. And when I gave it to the alpha readers and got the feedback, I kind of got the same sense from all of them that it was a really good story. And so I think I only spent a couple weeks revising. There wasn't a whole lot to do. It was just a whole lot more to go through all of the notes because I had, I don't remember now, 17, 16, 15, somewhere in there, alpha readers. And there was a lot to get through. And then, but for the second book, I would have liked more time. But I had already been pushing off the Kickstarter so much because the Kickstarter was supposed to have gone in June of last year, and it didn't. And I pushed it off to like October, and then I pushed it off, and I was like, okay, January, and then I pushed it off to end of February. So it kept pushing off, and I was like, and then I got to a point where I was just sick of the story. I was like, I'm done with this. But I wish I would have had a little more time. I there are two people that I do trade in kind with for editing, and both of them had so that editing round went after my beta readers for the last book, and both of them kind of had some comments about the same thing, and that was the thing that was kind of like hanging over my head too, that I felt like, okay, something needs to happen with this. And so I had like more in-depth conversations with them, like, okay, I don't want to add more to the book because it was already getting too long. Like, how could I do this in a short way? And so I gave them ideas and stuff. And then later on, I think I was getting ready to get the Kickstarter running. One of them came back and she said, have you thought about this? I was like, oh, that's a really good idea, but I don't have the time now. And she's like, well, can you push your Kickstarter off? I'm like, I have been pushing my Kickstarter off for a very long time. And so to be honest, I am done with this book. If I was going to make such a change as that, which would have changed quite a bit in the story from one point in the story further, I was like, I really would need like a year break from this book because I'm just sick and tired of it. So I ended up not doing that. I just did it as much as I could to make it make sense. And so I guess there's a point where you're like, you've got to just say you're done. You could keep working on a story and keep working on it, but to see if they think, wait, and then send it to your beta readers to see if there's anything missing. Yeah. Usually by the time it gets to my beta readers, if I've done the critique partner thing, I've done the alpha beta thing, it's more about like, what is it that they feel like they needed more information for? What interested them? I'm getting information from them that can make the story even stronger. And I do ask them too about what parts might be boring, because as much as I say I don't like to read a lot of descriptions, sometimes I can get very descriptive on certain things, not with food, but we know that, right? Because you're the foodie. When it comes to food. And what was it? Was it my alpha readers? My beta? I think it was in my beta readers for my first book. And a couple of them said the same thing, where nobody said anything in my alpha readers, I believe, where they were saying, there's a feast. There's a scene there's a feast. And they're like, well, what are they eating? What's the food? Can you describe the food? I'm like, I don't want to describe food. So I did end up describing some of the food. And I did go through and add some more descriptions and stuff. But yeah, that kind of stuff. Anything that they want, they think that they would like more of. The Omega readers got the director's cut extended scenes DVD, basically. Yeah. I shall have to be on a quest to find such readers. Again, like Omega readers is just my term for it. And I only have them because they have been readers of mine for a while. And they were the ones that requested wanting to read more of my work, whatever I had. And I finished the novella. I've thought about reaching out to them to see if they want to read this novella. But I'm like, gosh, but I haven't even finished the novel. What's that going to look like? And I already know things I need to revise in the novella. And I'm like, this is kind of like something in my back pocket too, because when I finish this third book, then I'll write the fourth book in the series. And it will also be non-linear where it's happening at the same time. No, it's not. I mean, a very small portion of it's non-linear, but then it starts a linear timeline. So that everything that's going to happen in that book is going to move forward, and it's going to move, and all the other stories will be moving forward as well. And so it's four brothers altogether, but the fourth brother is the fourth book, and it's his whole story is what started the whole curse and everything. So it's going to start a linear story, and so that's going to be my sequel series. And I've plotted some parts of it just so that I can get an idea of how long it's going to be. And I think it's going to be between 3 and 5 books. But knowing me, I'm going to add stuff while I'm writing it. So that's what I usually do. Because it's going to bring together that the first book of the 4 books will most likely be just the 2 points of view, which I've had in the other books, which is the pair that's in the love interest. But it's not going to end at the end of the book. It's going to be more of an HFN than HEA. So happily for now. And then the rest of the story from there. So I thought, okay, while I'm writing this sequel series, I'm not going to publish any of it because, the whole thing, you're going to need to read the whole thing, right, to feel complete as a reader, to get all of the questions answered that I've been raising since the first book. And I thought, well, I can't go that long without publishing. So I think the novella will be something I will publish during that time. And the novella is based off of, everything is done around the idea of worshiping and, it's religion and politics, basically. So it's all about a goddess. She's the granddaughter of the water goddess, the daughter of the goddess of love. And I've got another novella that started. It's got like 5,000 words in it, which is it's a sister, right? And I always saw them as a sister of 3. And then it's kind of taken from Irish mythology. And so you have Morgan, which is 3 aspects in some of her stories. And she's a sovereignty goddess, which means that through her, the kings would basically earn the right to be sovereigns of the land. And that's only done through her. And that comes in different ways. So there's a third novella I want to write to go with all of that. And that's probably all I'll publish in between. It all takes place in my world. But yeah, I don't know if I'm probably saying too much. 273 words for a Dashley. Yay. I type, but I'm also working on learning to dictate. I type pretty fast, though. Yeah, and so maybe it might not work as well. I don't know. I had read Chris Fox's book, 5,000 words per hour. And in it, he talks about dictation. That's how you can get so many words done, is dictation. And he said that what he found was that if you think faster than you can type, then dictation works really well for you. But if it's not, then it may not be as useful. I don't think there's anything that could not work if you wanted to make it work, right? So, and who knows, you might be able to actually speak much faster, because I'm a slow dictator. I found this out over the last weekend, but everything's running together. So I don't know. So I've got a friend, Martin, he shows up here sometimes, and he's in the UK. It's his writing partner, because he has a writing partner that he writes with, although he's starting to publish some of his own books. It's his writing partner, Malcolm, who is an editor, who I also trade in kind with. So he edits my books and I edit their books. And so Martin and we talk about books and marketing and whatnot. And we were talking about our typing speed and stuff. I'm like, oh, my typing speed's slow. That's why I dictate. And he was like, well, what's your speed when you're dictating? I was like, oh, I never figured it out. But I log everything down, and I put everything to a spreadsheet. I write it down in my book and then put it into a spreadsheet. So I was like, I went through and I was like, okay, so I type it's been a while since I've looked at how fast I type. I do not rarely hit the 24 words per minute that most admin offices would want you to have. And I worked admin for the military for 10 years. So I just barely made it through their tests. I type so slow. And so I barely do 24 words a minute. So when I saw, I do what was it? 35 words, 36 words a minute, I think is what I do when I'm dictating. So I'm like, okay, that's not bad. It's definitely faster than 24 words or less per minute. And then Martin, he was like, oh yeah, because he started dictating not too long ago, and so I guess he's tracking everything as well. And he's like, oh yeah, I dictate 60 words a minute. I'm like, what? I'm a slow dictator too. And so I'm like, oh well, whatever. You could probably dictate faster. So, food, yes. Alrighty. So, another one here. I type 70 to 90 words per minute. Wow, you are fast. So far, dictation is definitely slower, especially with all the errors I have to fix. So Daphne, and I don't know, and I'm partially tone deaf, so if I say your name wrong, I'm sorry, Daphne, right? So I feel like I'm not saying it. I'm not enunciating it sometimes. I feel like I'm not. Maybe I am, and I'm just not hearing it because I'm partially tone deaf. But what was I saying? Oh, so I don't know how you feel about AI. Now, when it comes to my drafting, I don't use AI as far as cleaning up my dictation because and that's probably why I'm a slow dictator, because at that point I'm dictating, but I am thinking more about sentence structure and punctuation and all that. When I'm brainstorming, I've gotten to the point where I'm just verbal vomiting like everything. And sometimes I forget to say the punctuation. And of course, it doesn't understand like many fantasy names. So I'll just pick a name that's for it or whatever. And now I can throw that into ChatGPT and say, okay, so here are the character names that it should be, and can you please put punctuation and capitalize proper nouns and capitalize beginning of sentences, and it'll clean it up for me. And then I could take that and take my brainstorming and then put it into a document and then split it out by beats or whatever. And usually my brainstorming is like all over the place. So I'll be talking about like, okay, they're going to do this, and then I go into motivations and say, well, eventually, if they do this and her motivation with that means they're going to lead here. But like, oh, wait, we got to go back to the beginning. If we go in the beginning, then they could do this. And so my brainstorming is like all over the place. But yeah, so I don't know. Daphne. Okay, thanks. Yeah. That helps me. I like it when people break it down phonetically because that really helps me. Now it's just remembering it because I am partially tone deaf. I can't recall sounds like, and now and I just like do it like over and over and over again. I used to teach college English, and I remember my first semester, I said a word wrong, and a student corrected me, and I thought I swore to myself after I'm never saying anything wrong ever again if I can help it. So before classes, I would sometimes because I use the what do you say? You can just say what or how do you say, and then put it into like Google or something. How do you say this word and write the word, and it'll tell you. And I would just play the sound over and over and over again, and me repeat it. So it's like muscle memory. I think it's what it is more muscle memory with my lips and my mouth and how my tongue, how it all moves, so I can remember how to say a word because I don't hear it in my head. So, oh, cool. Thanks. I'll give that a try. Yeah, it's worked. I would tell you like 8 months ago, none of the AIs could do that because I was trying it back then and it would just mess it all up. Um, but every now and then I tried it, and I think I tried it like a month ago, and it did really, really well. Was it a month ago? I think it was a little more than a month ago. So I remember I sent a message to Martin and said, "Hey, it worked. It finally did the right thing and just put my punctuation in there and capitalized my sentences and stuff." So yeah, I've done that with you too, especially for Celtic words. Yes. Oh my gosh. So my first series I published, it was just fantasy because I always just wrote fantasy before. I did Irish mythology. And now I've been trying to do my own audiobooks. And I'm like, oh my gosh, how do I say these words? Especially when I'm recording myself. And I know that some of my chapters, I'm saying one of the Celtic words one way, and then I get to the next chapter and it's being said another way. And it's going to be a lot of, I finished the first two books in my trilogy because I have a trilogy in fantasy, but I've not finished the third one. And I know, and I have not even started editing the audio. And I know when I get in there, I'm going to have to redo a lot of audio because I didn't say things the same way. I did get a book and start writing down like the Irish word and then broke it down phonetically so that I could remember how to say it. But I didn't do that in the beginning. So there's like lots of words that I'm like, I probably said it different the next time. Yes, they're so hard. Yes, they are. And it's so funny. I don't even know why I wrote my first trilogy. Like, it seems like it would not have been something I would do, but I did love doing the Irish mythology because green is kind of a color associated with Ireland, and so all my covers are green. Green is my least favorite color. My favorite letter in the alphabet is J. There are no J's in the Celtic language. None. There are none. They don't use the letter J. It doesn't exist. And I'm like, how did I even get onto this kick with Irish mythology? But I do love the mythologies. So yeah. All right, let's go ahead and go into the next sprint. I think it is noon here, so I think I'm gonna go get something to eat and get back to my brainstorming. Find the right tab. Here we are. Okay, so if anyone has to leave out before we come back, thank you so much for coming. And for anyone else, we'll get going on the next one in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, it's time on that sprint. How did you do? I went and got a little something to eat and then did some brainstorming words, 491. Let's see how you guys did. When did I leave off? Left off here saying with Daphne saying, yes, they're so hard. Talking about Celtic words and the in the Celtic language. And Martha, hello, saying hello. Are you? I don't know if you're still here. That was a little while ago, but if you are you working on anything today? Hey Shannon, hey JC, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day so far. I am getting lots done. Writing. This all I've been doing is writing. I know there's admin I should be doing, but I still haven't touched it. And hello everyone from JC. Hi JC from Adeshale. And do you have any videos on how to find some of these beta and alpha readers? I really can't recall my own video collection. I am pretty sure I have talked about it, but here's what I can share with you. Like, so when I first started, I didn't have any readers, right? I had my debut novel. I was not on social media at all, like what you're doing right now, like talking to people. This was not something I did before I published my debut. And so I was just getting onto social medias because I knew that was something that you had to do or you should be doing as an indie author. And the way I found my first readers was through different groups. So I went on to like Goodreads. On Goodreads, there is like beta reader groups and stuff like that. And so you can put up there that you're looking for beta readers and what type of book you have and all that. And I found a couple through that way. I think only one panned out as a reader in the end. But I only had a few who came from that. I would say the majority of my readers at the beginning was from Facebook. So I just went to Facebook and I just like searched beta readers for fantasy books because I was writing fantasy at the time. So that was how I did it in the beginning, was just by going where the readers were at and finding readers who were like pulled together in a space where they wanted to be like readers like that, if that makes sense. I also paid for a beta reader. Maddie is really great. Now, I've been told recently by some people who have used her, she's still really great, but she charges so little for what she does. It's like $35 for 120,000 words. And she gets really great feedback. Like when I hired her I hired a few different readers at the same time. And I got these all from Fiverr for my first book. And everybody else was more expensive than her. And she had the best feedback of all of them. So I ended up just sticking with her. I stuck with her for the rest of all of my books. With the last book that she did, which is the one that was my Kickstarter book, she did have to ask for an extension on her deadline twice. And when you sign up to work with her, she has like a questionnaire. Most of them have questionnaires on Fiverr. And she's like, what areas do you want me to concentrate on? So I told her that there was one area I really would love to get her feedback on. And she told me that she had something to say about it at the end, and that maybe we could get, do like a video chat or something to talk about it. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'd love to do that. And she never had time to set that up. And so I never got any feedback on that one thing that I wanted. But for the overall story, it was fine. And since then, that was like November or December last year. And then since then, there's a couple of people who have used her. They've said that she has had to request an extension on her deadlines. And so I think what's going on, I don't know what's going on in her immediate personal life, but I think what's going on, she's taking on too much. It's just, she has to keep pushing out the deadline. So I don't know. I probably still use her, even knowing that. I just have to like plan it ahead of time. Okay. Now, all that aside, since I started, doing the indie author thing, I started growing my newsletter list. That's where I get my betas and alphas from now. So I think having a newsletter is like one of the most important components of an indie author. You have to have this. That's the way I feel. I would never say the indie author needs to have anything, because not everything works for everybody except for newsletters. So if you're building your newsletter the right way with readers, so like I don't really advertise my newsletter here. I mean, it is in my description box below, but I never say, hey, join my newsletter, because my newsletter is not for writers. It's for readers. So, and I grow my newsletter list. Now I happen to just had the right connections. I didn't even know where the right connections. I was just making friends. That's how I became friends with Dale L. Roberts. And we were just connecting. This was back late 2021. And it was January or February of 2022, where he was like, hey, I'm doing this super big like email build your newsletter like thing. I can't remember what it was called. It's a promo. And he was being backed by several different companies. And so it was like all part of this, marketing and stuff, and his, the way he makes money, monetizing everything. So I joined, and I got like 5,000 subscribers from that promo. Of those 5,000, I still have like not when you do cross promos and you do big, huge book promos with people, a lot of your people who sign on, they think they're getting a free book. That's what I had to do, is offer a free book. They're there for the freebie. A lot of them are. And so then they go away, or they're not very good on your newsletter list. So since it was like 5,800 people, I think is what I had altogether. And many of them have stuck with me throughout the years. And I think I'm down to like 1,500 or somewhere roughly. It's probably between 1,000 and 1,500 of those are still left in my newsletter. So because I was fantasy back then, I've migrated to fantasy romance, but you will lose quite a few of them. And I continuously do book promos and author swaps every month and build my newsletter. And I also clean my newsletter list. Like I just took another 1,200 off my newsletter because they hadn't opened anything from me in 6 months. So I am working continuously on building a newsletter that is of interested readers who open my newsletter, who actually want to read what I'm writing about. And that way, when I ask for alpha and beta readers, I get a good bunch of people saying, yeah, I want to. And so that's how I do it. And yeah, I do have like a 5-hour video on my channel that's about newsletters. If you're interested, and I know you have a newsletter, but if you want to see all the things I've tried, some things are still applicable, but other things not so much. I used to really push voracious readers because they were really, really great. It was a little more on the expensive side for getting readers, but the readers I got from them were better. Because again, cross promos that you do, anything like this, you're going to get readers who are just there for freebies, and they're not really there for you. And with voracious readers, they made sure that people who wanted your book are people who are actually interested in it and were going to read it. And they also set it up where those people would get your book in exchange for the idea that hopefully that you would get a review on it. And I would get a ton of reviews that way. That was for my debut novel. And I got a ton of reviews that way. But over the years, their quality of readers degraded, where now I was getting like 90 people who wanted my book in a month, and maybe one might leave me a review, and it was way more expensive than everything else. So I ended up getting rid of voracious readers last year. But I had used them for 2.5 years at that point. Yeah. Hopefully that will help. I could say a lot of things. I don't know. Again, I don't know if I have anything specific. I don't remember. I don't even know. The only thing I can remember really in my catalog of videos is that I used to do a monthly video about like, here's how much money I spent on marketing this month. This is how many books I sold. Here's my total. This was all with my first series because I was in the negative all the time. I was slowly chipping away at it, but I think I was like, I think my last video I was still $4,000 in the hole. Cause paying for editing and all that stuff. So, I know I've got videos on, I know I got the email newsletter video. That's like, it's a masterclass. I also have a masterclass on the Kickstarters. There's 2 of those, 2 masterclass videos, one Kickstarters, one email. I know I talked about Amazon ads. Yeah, I really don't remember. I've talked about Story Origin. Story Origin is a good way to get some readers. That's where I collect my readers at. When someone wants to be a beta or alpha reader, I now do it through there because it's so much easier than giving them a document and then getting back like 15, 20 documents with comments and notes. So I like to use, but that's a paid service. As far as what's free, there's not a lot of stuff out there that's free that's not going to take your time. So you're paying in some way, whether you're paying the time or you're paying the money. And if you got the time, then the best way to do it is to go to like these different groups where people are beta readers for your genre. And then, reach out and see who wants to join your team. You want to be careful with some of those Facebook groups though, because some of them are set up. It's just really weird to me. Some of them are set up where you can't like give them a link to go fill out a form, which is what a lot of people do when they're trying to get like beta and alpha readers and ARC readers. They'll use a form where people can sign up to say that they're interested. And like some of the groups on Facebook, you cannot have like a link to a form. If someone says, yes, I'm interested, you're supposed to just give them your book from there. So, and the reason why is like a lot of those forms, right? Collect emails, which I collect emails because to me, I want to be able to say, like, hey, you got 1 week left. Before I need to finalize my edits or whatever, right? So you kind of, send an email out to let them know that you would like to see if they have read your work and have any information for you because you're going to be finishing up and you need to move on. But with some of those groups on Facebook, they're made up of readers who don't want to give out their email address. So all you do is you give them your book and then they'll come back through like Facebook private messaging and tell you their thoughts, because I've had that happen. But I just found that so like not useful for me. Like I didn't get much out of those things, like out of readers who were just like sending me their feedback through messaging. I much prefer to have the email capabilities. So I just avoided those groups after that. But you do want to be careful because I almost got kicked out of a group because like you just violated our terms. I'm like, what was that? Because I did not pay attention. So I'm not so great at the marketing side of things currently, so it's a little hard for me to find a group of folks to send stuff to. Yeah. Well, the good thing about, like, again, if it's time versus money, if you've got the money, if you've got a little bit of cash flow, some of these are not hard to do. They're not marketing. The hard part with the marketing side. Because like with Story Origin, I use Story Origin and BookFunnel. You don't need both. You just need one. Story Origin has a really good fantasy base if that's what you're looking for. I don't know which book you're going for because I know you have a couple different genres there. You might be better off going with BookFunnel, but you get a little bit less for your money from BookFunnel than you do from Story Origin. So anyways, you just go on there and you look through the group promos that are happening and you apply to them. You come across a group that there's a whole list of group promos on both of them. And you see what's up and coming. And you can even start your own group promo if you wanted to. But I don't do a whole lot myself. I've done a few. But it's definitely worth it to join other promos first to see how they work. And you read through their instructions and they say, this is a group promo for fantasy romance, specifically for werewolves. And I'm like, well, I don't have werewolves in this one, so guess I'm not applying to this promo. So they'll have like instructions about what they're specifically doing their group promo for. And if you meet all the criteria, then you can apply for it. BookFunnel and Story Origin slightly different on how that works. With BookFunnel, you apply, you automatically get in. But then if the organizer decides that your book doesn't actually fit what they're looking for, they can kick you out. And then in Story Origin, you apply and you have to wait to be accepted. So if you're not accepted, you just never hear anything. You just don't get into the group promo. It's a little bit easier on the heart, I think, on that one, because I was kicked out of a promo once with BookFunnel, and it was fantasy romance, and I can't remember what else it was, so I joined it, and then they decided to make it specific about orcs, which I didn't have orcs, and then I got kicked out, and I just got this email stating I got kicked out of this group, and I was like, what? And I went and looked, and I was like, orcs? Okay, yes, I do not fit this parameter. I see why I'm kicked out, but I was like, this is not what you had. So, but they can change it. Whoever's the organizer, they can change their promo as they're getting closer to. They can't change it after it starts, and you usually run like a month, but it doesn't have to be. There's all kinds of different time periods. But I don't know if that helped any. Hey, Adeshale from JC. Lena, hello. Today is an editing day. Cool. I started off as mine being a drafting day, and I'm in a brainstorming mood, and I probably going to move into revisions. Or maybe I might just stick with all brainstorming. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I have a lot of thoughts and I just need to get it out. And so like my document right now, I have brainstorming notes. I have like drafting words here in my document. And then I put things in brackets a lot of times. And I put capital letters. I put, okay, here's what I need to add to this section, blah, blah, blah. And I just put a whole bunch in there and then move on to the next part. So sometimes I like to wait until I finish all of my brainstorming notes before I start revising. Oh, Daphne had to leave. That was a little while ago, so I missed them leaving out. Thank you so much for being here. Melvay says, well, I was hoping lunch would give me a boost, but same as this morning, loss of focus. I feel my focus waning too. And I think, honestly, for me, though, I think it's mine's the time anxiety happening. But I hope that you do get your focus back on track. Hopefully lunch was good. Yeah. And it says, for me, I know I have like an hour and 35 minutes until my son's bus is going to be here. And so the time anxieties already hit me. I was like, okay, hour and 35. Okay, that's fine. I've got time. I can get stuff done. But then it'll still be in the back of my mind because it's happened to me since about 12:30 I've been like, okay, it's 12:30. Oh, I've got a couple hours before his bus is going to be here. And then, so anyways, it's already starting, knowing that at a certain point I'm going to have to stop, and then it interrupts my focus. So, admin is never appealing. No, it's not. It's never appealing at all. Still here with only 243 words. I mean, well, the good thing is you still have those 243 words, even if it's not what you wanted. But that reminds, is it Lindsay at night? She doesn't like the word only because it's like, demeaning yourself and your accomplishments. It was interesting because I heard her just say this, like, I don't know, was it last week on the night she streamed? I don't remember. But I thought, oh, I never even thought about it that way. I just always say, you know what, even if you didn't get exactly what you wanted, you still made progress. So celebrate the small wins. So that's what I try to do. If I had it my way, I would be able to pay someone else to do all the yucky admin. Me too, JC, and social media and marketing stuff. And I would just be able to write all the time. Yeah. So I don't know if you were here. So like, I don't like doing the social media. I come up with ideas for social media all the time. Like my novella that I just finished on Monday, I spent part of Monday coming up with like headlines and tags and stuff to do some marketing on it. I'm like, when it gets to that time, am I actually going to do it? Nah, probably not. I'm not good. I can come up with images and stuff, and I never put them on social media. I don't know, something about it. So I trade it right in kind for that. But, I can't even remember who came up with it. It's between me and Devin. Devin likes the social marketing. I don't know if she said it to me or if I said it to her. I feel like she was the one that brought it up. I think it was she. And she said she would do my social media marketing for my next book that I published, which will be the Kickstarter book. It'll be launching here soon on retailers. And if I would edit her next book. And so I thought that's good. Yeah. Because I can do editing. So I taught college English and literature for 10 years. And then I also ran my own business as a writing coach. And that's all I really did in my business was editing. I wanted to do more than just editing. I really wanted to help with the coaching part, but I only had 2 people that I coached through with writing. And it was mostly just editing stuff. But so I have the experience in editing. So if you have something you can, that's a, what am I trying to say? A strength of yours. Maybe you could trade it with someone, but I don't know if you could find someone to trade away all the admin stuff. Wow, you're still streaming? Yeah, still here. Yeah. I probably will end before my son's bus is to come. And I think my alarm goes off at 2:45. It's 1:16. Okay, so that means this is we'll probably do one more sprint and then be done. 5,000. Wow. What was that in response to? Oh, from the cross promo with Dale. Yeah. It was over 5,000. I'm pretty sure it was around 5,800, but it was a while ago because that was 2022. I don't remember what it actually came out to, but I think it was 5,800 in the end. But it was over 5,000. It was a lot. And then you had to be careful because like I was trying to import all of those I had MailChimp at the time, and it didn't like me doing all of them. So I had to do like 1,500 one day and then 1,500 another day, and I had to wait a couple of days in between because I think it thought I was like buying emails or something. Yeah. Because those ones we had import, it wasn't set up directly. And that's the thing with Book Funnel and Story Origin. With Story Origin, I pay $100 for a year. And if I join a group promo and someone clicks on my book and they want it, they're automatically added to my newsletter list. So I don't have to import them. Where on Book Funnel, the same $100, you get people who want your book and they click on it, but you have a file you have to download and import into your email newsletter platform. And that's just a pain. Or I could pay an extra, was it $50 a year? If I paid an extra $50 a year, then I can make it automatic. And I'm like, it's not worth it. Again, time or money. Hi, Jocelyn. Congrats, Martha. Yes, because you did get those words. 243. Hi, Adeshale. I'm going to check out the video. My newsletter folks are pretty quiet. Plus, I'll have to juggle that. I've got more than one genre. Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking. I was like, I don't know how you're going to do that. Yeah. I actually have a whole group that I've yet added to my main list. Well, you got to get them added. With this book, I've released chapters in advance, but not much feedback, response from readers. Shrugs, all good, though. I'll do some YouTube studying. Do you ask questions? I know I get your newsletter. I skim through them. I'm sorry I don't read them all the way through. I don't really get a chance to read my emails. It's more like skim, 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 delete, and it's like 20 to 30 emails at a time. So otherwise, yeah, I'll get back up to 2,000 emails. And there shall be orcs in this fantasy romance or bust. That time anxiety is real. I've got emails I need to send, and I'm like, do it now. But I've got other stuff to do first. LOL. Yes, you know exactly what I'm feeling. I never knew it was like a thing until like when we first moved here to Florida. My son, he's neurodivergent, he's worked with ABA therapists ever since we've got here. And the first one he had for years, but he kind of aged out of her age bracket that she works with. But I would get there, a few minutes before the therapy session. I'd be waiting, and I'm like, okay. And there would be a few times I text her. I'm like, hey, we're waiting outside. Um, and one day she's like, you have time anxiety. And in my head, this is just called being on time. But then I started thinking about it, and I was thinking about all the things, and I was like, oh, yeah, probably. So anyways, all right, let's do it. We'll have one more 1 hour sprint, and then we'll come back and finish up. I've sent questions in the past, rarely any responses. I'll try again, see. And I would try different types of questions. For some reason, people love animals. So whenever I just need someone to respond, like I just want to see who's going to respond, I'll put in there something about animals. What was the last one? I almost had it. It was on the tip of my tongue. The last one I did with animals. I don't remember now. I don't remember. But you could be like, hey, if you could read a book with a pet sidekick, which animal would you choose and why? And people will tell you. They will tell you all kinds of things. If you've got, it really does depend like what your base is. Like I have a good fantasy base with mine. So sometimes I've asked things in the past about dragons, and I've asked things about mythologies and things like that, and I'll get responses to those. I need to get better at the newsletter thing. I think we all feel that way. I never know when I'm going to put my newsletter. Like almost never know when I'm going to put my newsletter until I get close to doing it, or I'm doing it that day. And then there's times when I think, okay, this is going to be a good newsletter. People are going to respond, and then no one responds. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I will work on it for the next one. I think the one that got me the most, like, and I didn't do this same one again, because before I delete people out of my email list, I do send one more email. And in the past, I've sent that email, and it has a picture of a dog with like sad eyes. Like, I haven't heard from you in a while. You haven't opened any emails. Are you still interested in being on my email list? And I would get so many responses to that email, and all about the dog usually, or them talking about their dogs. So I was like, oh, that's not quite the purpose of what this email is. So I don't use that picture anymore. But I think if you're just rooting around trying to find something to talk about, you do something with dogs, do something with cats. People love talking about their animals and their pets. So you can say, do you have a pet? And if so, what story would you build around them? Or what story would you write about them? Or do you have a pet? And if they were writing a fantasy story, if you write fantasy, so you have a fantasy audience, do you have a pet? And if yes, what fantasy story would they write? That kind of thing. It could be just something silly, it doesn't have to be anything. It's just something to, and I always get, my imagination goes when I get the responses. My imagination goes, I'm like, oh, that's really cool. And, that kind of stuff. So it's a way to, make them involved as part of your newsletter, so they feel like they're talking to somebody, not just receiving a letter from someone who's talking at them, right? Yes, people do love their pets, as they should. Yes. I wish that was true for everyone. It's a good idea. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and get into the last one. I know I said it a couple times. 60 minutes on the clock. And if anyone leaves out, thank you so much for coming. And this is Thursday. Yes, it's Thursday. And I'll be back next week with more sprints if you're looking for any in the mornings. And for everyone else, I'll see you on the other side in 60 minutes. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that is time on the last sprint. How did you do? I put it all together. 1,065. I think that's a factor of 5. I usually have a factor of 5, like when I'm around sprinting in a day, but I haven't had one in a while, so I thought I had escaped that. Don't know what you call it. It's not a curse exactly, but 1,065 words. I went in there and I kind of redid a whole section, and Riel and Nier's scene that is the romantic climax and resolution to their romantic arc storyline. And while I was doing it, I was remembering, oh, this is like the end of the story. There's one more scene left that's like the resolution to the entire, well, it's like the resolution's kind of happened already, but it's kind of like the end scene. So like, kind of like the epilogue in a way of where everybody's at the end. And I always forget how sad it is when you're done with the character story. You're like, oh, this is it. I mean, this is it for Riel and Nier. The like epilogue scene thing is going to be the 4 main characters, just together. So I've kind of sketched. I haven't written that one. I don't like writing the very last scene until everything is done and in place, and then I write the last scene. And so since I was changing some of these things because of the plot point I changed in month 4, I was like, okay, I just have some ideas. So I don't see like their love interests are going to be like in the scene, but if they are, there's not going to be a lot of interaction. It's going to be mostly just wrapping up the story and the 4 main characters and the resolution to what the whole story was about, which was trying to find their missing friend. So this is kind of it for Riel and Nier. And I was like, oh, this is the last time I'm writing a scene with the 2 of them. And it's kind of sad. And I was like, well, it's kind of true for my other 3. I just didn't think about it while I was writing it. It's a little bit different. Like when you're writing a book or, I don't think I've ever felt this way about like short stories or novellas. Well, yeah, a little bit with novellas, but like a book and you're with these characters for a long time. When you're writing that in those ending scenes, it's like, oh, I'm like done with these characters. That's it. I've got to know them while I was writing them. And now I'm moving on. And it's just, I don't know, it's kind of a sad moment. So I was having that moment there when I was rewriting that scene. But anyways, yeah. Okay. Where did I leave off? Talking about newsletters. I didn't mark it. I need to get better at the newsletter thing. And I was like, yeah, I think we all feel that way. Oh, I can take off my banner. I know like people who have been doing newsletters for years who are still like looking at how they can change it and make it better. So I don't think it's ever, I don't know. I mean, there are some people who do not feel like imposter syndrome. So if there's people who don't feel imposter syndrome, I'm pretty sure there's people who feel like, I'm the greatest at newsletters and you can't tell me any other thing or whatever. I'm sure there's people like that. But yeah, I think that we probably all feel that way. People love their pets. Yes, that's a good idea. Yeah, I love it. It's usually I think of like something with animals whenever I'm like, I'm not sure what I'm doing today and nothing has come to me yet. Then I'll just start thinking about animals. 48% into memory lane. Nice. Started off at 35%, I think, at the beginning, if I recall correctly. So made some good progress. Thanks for the stream. Oh, I missed you. Sorry, Justin. I think you left out about 6 minutes ago. And thank you for being here. I appreciate it. 52%. Wait, okay. So 48% was from last time. That was an hour ago. 52% now from 35%, if I remember right, from this morning. So awesome progress. I'm assuming that means you like it so far. Typically, I do not make it to the 50% mark before I DNF. Or if I DNF, it's going to be before 50% mark. I have no idea if that's what I said the first time there. But usually I know by like the 50% mark if I'm going to DNF or not. I don't make it that far. With the exception with a series that I was just reading earlier this week. I started it on Monday. I saw that it was 2 books of 2. So I thought, okay, I can do a 2-book series. That's not bad. I like doing series. I don't mind series. And I started reading it and I was like, okay, this is really pulling me in. The second book got into, okay, this is really pulling me in. And I got to like the 75% mark. And I realized there were more story questions being raised than what the author was going to have time to answer. And she still hadn't answered some of the story questions from the first book. And I thought, there's no way this is just a 2-book series. So I went to Amazon and I looked at some of the reviews and I saw I should have done this first. People saying, oh, I can't wait for the next book to come out. I was like, okay, so like how long was it between the first and the second book? And I like anticipate the 3rd book coming out here soon. And will that even be the end? But I went to go look and between the first book and the second book was like 18 months. And the second book was just published this year in January. So it's like it's going to be next year before the next book comes out. I mean, it could be faster, but, just ballpark figure of trying to figure things out. And I was like, I don't want to continue because I don't want to end this book and not have the questions and then have to wait. So I DNF'd it at 75%. It wasn't exactly 75. I think it was like 76 or 78 or something. But I was like, yep, I'm done. I can't continue this because you're not going to answer all my questions. It's the only book I've ever gone that far in. Usually it's sooner, and then I'm like, yeah, I can't continue it. 787 words for Martha. Nice, but that feels good. Yes, I think that's last comment as well. I know I'm talking to people. Thor keeps thinking I'm talking to him, or he wants me to talk to him. He keeps trilling at me. What? Hi. What? What? Okay. Now he's not trilling anymore. Now he's up here, so y'all wouldn't be able to hear him. But yeah. All right. Last comment. Okay, so next week I'll be back again. It'll be Monday is that's the strictly timed sprint. So it's just 3 sprints, 60 minutes, 5-minute breaks in between. And do that Monday and Tuesday, and then Wednesday and Thursday are longer days. So I'll be back. Oh, did you hear him? Aw. I know he was talking. Trilling. He wasn't meowing. What? You meow? No, you're gonna be quiet now. He's trying to he's touching me on my arm. He's like, "You gonna let me up, Mom? You gonna let me up?" And they touched me again. So sweet and cute looking. But okay, I will let you guys go. There's still lots of sprints going on throughout the day. If you want to find more, there's 2 of them, 2 sprint sheets, not 2 sprints, 2 spreadsheets down below where you can find sprints from booktubers and author tubers alike on both sprint sheets. So you should be able to find someone who's sprinting at any time of the day. And I hope you guys all continue to get and meet all the goals that you hope to meet today. Thank you, everyone, and bye.